Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The storm that swept across the Shire came not with the chaotic fury of nature, but with the deliberate precision of something sentient. Lightning traced perfect geometric patterns across midnight skies, and thunder rumbled in rhythmic cadences that almost formed words in a tongue too ancient for mortal comprehension. In Hobbiton, where such meteorological anomalies were generally attributed to queer weather from foreign parts, windows were shuttered tight and doors were locked against the unnatural gale. Only at Bag End did a single lantern still burn in welcome, its golden light a defiant beacon against the orchestrated tempest. Within, Frodo Baggins paced before the hearth, pausing occasionally to glance at the circular door that rattled in its frame as if some great beast clawed for entry. He had received no message, no warning of visitors, yet some instinct, perhaps inherited from his eccentric Uncle Bilbo, told him to expect an arrival before dawn broke. The knock, when it finally came, was nearly lost amid a thunderclap of such violence that the finest porcelain in Frodo's cabinets trembled and sang. 3 precise strikes against the wooden door, delivered with force that suggested neither urgency nor hesitation, but authority. Frodo opened the door to sheets of rain that fell not in natural droplets, but in crystalline threads that shimmered with internal luminescence. Beyond this curtain of light stood Gandalf the Grey, his tall frame hunched not against the elements which seemed to bend respectfully around him, but beneath the weight of something cradled in his arms. The wizard's eyes, usually twinkling with private amusement or sharp with hidden purpose, now held only exhaustion and something Frodo had never before witnessed in his old friend: uncertainty. "May I enter?" Gandalf asked, his voice barely audible above the storm's voice. "What I carry should not remain exposed to open air any longer than necessary." Once inside, the wizard carefully placed his burden upon Frodo's study table, pushing aside maps and half-finished translations to make space. A cylindrical object wrapped in oilcloth emerged from beneath his sodden grey robes, approximately the length of a hobbit's arm, but slender as a willow branch. With reverent movements, Gandalf unwrapped the protective covering to reveal a scroll case of pale wood that seemed to emit its own subtle illumination. Symbols carved into its surface writhed and rearranged themselves continuously, never settling into recognizable patterns. What is it?" Frodo whispered, both drawn to and repelled by the artifact. "A burden I had hoped never to place before you," Gandalf replied, sinking heavily into a chair that creaked beneath his sudden weight. "It arrived 3 days ago in Rivendell, delivered by an eagle whose wings bore the marks of weapons unknown to elven lore. Elrond and I spent a day and night translating the seals, or attempting to. Some of the symbols have never been documented, not even in the oldest libraries of the wise." With practiced care that belied his apparent exhaustion, Gandalf extracted the scroll itself from its case. The parchment was not animal skin or plant material, but something with the iridescence of mother of pearl and the flexibility of finest silk. The writings upon it shifted like dust motes in sunlight, rearranging themselves as if seeking the most accurate representation of concepts, too fluid for fixed language. It details the 5 elemental sanctuaries of the ancient winds, Gandalf explained, his fingers hovering above but never touching the script. The winds that have maintained balance in Middle-earth since before the coming of elves or men, currents of power that regulate not just weather, but the very flow of natural forces throughout the lands. The sanctuaries, Gandalf revealed, had been established during the shaping of Arda by the Valar themselves, hidden nexus points where the raw elemental forces of creation were anchored to prevent them from dissolving back into primordial chaos. For ages beyond counting, they had been tended by chosen guardians from among the Maiar, Gandalf's own kindred. But now 4 of the 5 sanctuaries have fallen silent, the wizard continued grimly. Their guardians have vanished, and the elemental anchors they maintained have begun to destabilize. The storms you have witnessed are but the mildest symptoms of a greater unraveling. If the 5th sanctuary falls, Middle-earth will experience cataclysms beyond imagining as the ancient winds break free from their moorings. Initial investigations pointed to the Nethermancers, a shadowy brotherhood of renegade mages who had turned from the accepted practices of the Istari. They sought to harness the elemental powers for themselves, believing they could control what the Valar themselves had deemed too volatile for any but the most trusted servants to approach. "Why bring this to me?" Frodo asked, though in his heart he already anticipated the answer with a mixture of dread and strange acceptance. And done because the 5th sanctuary, still untouched, lies hidden beneath foundations older than memory, beneath this very hill where Bag End stands, and you, Frodo Baggins, are its unwitting guardian, as was Bilbo before you, and every Baggins who has dwelled here since the hill was first hallowed. 3 days later, an unlikely company departed from Bag End under cover of night. The unnatural storms had temporarily abated, replaced by an eerie stillness that felt more ominous than the previous tumult. Frodo led the way, the elvish scroll now contained in a mithril case hanging from a chain around his neck. Behind him walked Gandalf, his staff glowing with subdued illumination that cast more shadows than it dispelled. They were joined at the borders of the Shire by Strider, a ranger whose weather-beaten face and watchful eyes spoke of countless leagues traveled through dangers untold. Though Gandalf introduced him as a trusted ally, there was something in the man's guarded demeanor that suggested secrets kept even from friends. The final member of their company awaited them in the ruins of an abandoned watchtower, Erindal, an elf whose silver hair and ancient eyes contrasted with the simple, travel-worn garments of a wanderer rather than the finery typical of his kind. "May Govannon, Wind-bearer," the elf greeted Frodo with unexpected formality, bowing deeply. When he straightened, Frodo noticed a brand upon the elf's neck, a symbol that matched one of the shifting marks upon the scroll. Erindal was once guardian scribe to the Northern Sanctuary, Gandalf explained. He alone escaped when it fell to the Nethermancers, and for this, many of his kindred name him traitor, suggesting he colluded with the enemy. "I failed in my duty," Erindal stated simply, his melodious voice carrying undertones of ancient grief. "But I will not fail in this final task, even if it requires my life's blood to seal the bargain." Their journey took them first to the Dead Marshes, where mists that should have been formless instead coalesced into hollow-eyed specters that whispered forgotten names as the travelers passed. Here lay the Eastern Sanctuary, now a nexus of corruption where elemental air had been twisted into miasma that slowly poisoned the surrounding lands. Within a temple of black stone, half submerged in fetid waters, they discovered the first concrete evidence of the Nethermancer's work, a complex apparatus of crystal and ensorcelled metal that siphoned pure elemental essence into containers of dark glass. They seek to distill and transport what was never meant to be contained, Erindal observed, his fingers tracing inscriptions on the abandoned machinery. But why take such risks? Even the most ambitious sorcerer must know that elemental forces cannot be controlled once removed from their sanctified anchors. The southern sanctuary, hidden deep within the Shadow Mountains, provided their next clue and their first encounter with the Nethermancers themselves. Cloaked figures performed complex rituals around a vortex of swirling energy, their chants weaving together dozens of disparate magical traditions into a dissonant whole that set the companions' teeth on edge. The battle that ensued tested the limits of Gandalf's power as the renegade mages wielded stolen elemental energies with reckless abandon. In the aftermath, as they bound their wounds and interrogated a captured Nethermancer, a disturbing pattern emerged. The Renegade Brotherhood was indeed collecting elemental essences, but they themselves were being manipulated by a power they did not fully comprehend. "We serve the voice," their prisoner revealed, his eyes glazed with fanatic devotion. "He comes from beyond the void, from spaces between the stars where even the Valar fear to tread. He promises knowledge unbound by the arbitrary restrictions of the so-called wise." It was Strider who first made the connection, his ranger's practical wisdom cutting through mystical confusion to the heart of the matter. "They're not trying to control the elements," he realized aloud. "They're trying to free them completely." This voice doesn't want the power for itself. It wants chaos unleashed upon Middle-earth. The western and northern sanctuaries confirmed their worst fears. In each location, they found evidence not of theft, but of systematic dismantling, the careful unraveling of ancient bindings that had kept primordial forces in balance since the world's shaping. And in each sanctuary, they discovered symbols that Gandalf recognized with growing horror, marks of dedication to Morshaint, a forgotten lieutenant of Morgoth who had escaped the War of Wrath by fleeing not into the physical realms of Middle-earth, but into the conceptual spaces between reality, the very currents of elemental force that the Valar had later harnessed and anchored. The Morkant was neither Maya nor Valar, but something else, a being of pure concept given form by Morgoth's will, Gandalf explained as they made camp in the shadow of the Misty Mountains. When his master fell, he discorporated rather than face judgment, becoming one with the chaotic elemental forces that existed before order was imposed upon Arda. The Valar believed him destroyed, diffused beyond recovery among forces too primal for consciousness to survive. "Yet he endured," Erindal murmured, "fragmented but aware, bound within the very sanctuaries meant to contain elemental chaos. And now he seeks freedom," Frodo concluded, fingering the scroll case at his neck. "Using the Nethermancers to unbind what holds him prisoner." The final revelation came as they approached the borders of the Shire once more, where the fifth and last sanctuary awaited. Strider, who had grown increasingly withdrawn as their journey progressed, finally confessed the burden he carried. He was not merely a ranger, but Aragorn, heir of Isildur, and more relevantly, descendant of the first human bloodline to ally with the Valar in the binding of the elemental sanctuaries. "My ancestor provided the mortal component necessary for the binding," he explained. "Elemental forces respond to the Valar, to Maiar such as Gandalf, and to the firstborn like Erindal. But they cannot be fully anchored without the counterbalance of mortal life force, with its inherent understanding of boundaries and endings. This, at last, revealed the true purpose of Gandalf's frequent visits to the Shire over the centuries. Not merely to enjoy hobbit hospitality or to check on Bilbo's ring, but to renew the mortal component of the binding through contact with the Baggins line, descendants of the family who had, unknowingly, pledged their lineage to this service through an ancient ancestor's oath. As they crested the final hill overlooking Hobbiton, now wreathed in unnatural mists that writhed with half-formed faces, Frodo finally understood the weight of the legacy he had inherited. The scroll was not merely a record, but a key, one that could either reinforce the faltering bindings of all 5 sanctuaries or unleash their power completely. "I thought we journeyed to save the sanctuaries," Frodo said quietly. "But we were really gathering the knowledge needed for a final binding, weren't we? One that will require more than just visiting a hidden temple." Gandalf's silence was confirmation enough. Ahead lay not just a battle against the Nethermancers who surely awaited them, but a choice that would test Frodo's courage more profoundly than any physical danger. For the mortal component of a binding renewed across all 5 sanctuaries simultaneously would require more than a casual connection. It would demand a lifelong commitment, tying the Baggins line permanently to the maintenance of forces beyond Hobbit understanding. As storm clouds gathered once more above the peaceful hills of the Shire, now threaded with ominous purpose rather than natural meteorology, Frodo straightened his shoulders and took the first step toward home. And toward a destiny that had been secretly prepared for him through centuries of seemingly casual visits from a wizard who had seen in the Baggins family something extraordinary. The perfect blend of mortal pragmatism and unexpected courage needed to anchor the very foundations of Middle-earth against chaos incarnate. Story 2. The eternal forges of Erebor had never fallen silent in living memory. For centuries, their sacred flames had burned without faltering, keeping the vast halls of the lonely mountain warm even during the harshest northern winters. But on the morning when Master Ironhammer approached the great forge to begin his day's work, a chill crept through his bones that had nothing to do with the season. Where roaring fires should have greeted him, only crystalline formations of impossible ice reflected the torchlight, crackling with an unnatural blue luminescence that made his breath catch in his throat. Throughout the mountain, dwarven smiths reported the same unnatural phenomenon, flames frozen mid-flicker, solid yet somehow still containing movement within their crystalline structures. Outside, beyond the massive stone gates, a winter unlike any in recorded history had descended upon the lands. Snow fell in perfect geometric patterns that never melted, and winds carried whispers in a language so ancient it made the elders' ears bleed when they attempted to translate its meaning. 3 days after the freezing of the flames, King Thorin Stonehelm convened his council of elders in a chamber heated by braziers brought from Dale, the only fire that would still burn within the mountain. "This is no natural occurrence," declared Navi the Lawmaster, her wrinkled hands trembling as she unfurled scrolls of ancient prophecies. "The signs speak of the frost without end, a curse from the deepest darkness before even Durin awoke." In the Shire, 1,000 leagues distant, unusual weather had also taken hold. Snow blanketed the rolling hills in the midst of what should have been early autumn harvest, crushing crops beneath its weight and forcing hobbits to retreat into their burrows with dwindling supplies. In Hobbiton, where the chill seemed most severe, young Hamfast Gamgee struggled through knee-deep drifts toward Bag End, where his master Bilbo Baggins had sent for him with unusual urgency. The snowfall intensified as Hamfast trudged up the hill, the flakes slicing against his cheeks like tiny knives. He wrapped his muffler tighter, noticing with bewilderment how the plants beneath the snow, visible through patches of wind-swept earth, seemed to reach toward him as he passed, their frost-covered tendrils straining like supplicating fingers. Bag End's familiar round door, usually a cheerful green, was now rimmed with frost that formed intricate patterns too regular to be natural. Before Hamfast could knock, the door swung open to reveal not Bilbo, but a tall figure in grey robes, whose bushy eyebrows were dusted with snowflakes. "Hamfast Gamgee," said Gandalf the Grey, fixing the startled gardener with a penetrating gaze. "You are precisely on time, though you do not yet know for what." The wizard ushered him inside, where Bilbo paced anxiously before a roaring hearth. The older hobbit's face brightened at the sight of his gardener, though the worry lines around his eyes remained deeply etched. "Ham, thank goodness! I worried the snow might delay you, and time is something we suddenly have precious little of." Bewildered, Hamfast removed his snow-caked coat. "Begging your pardon, mister." "And Bilbo, but I'm not understanding what's so urgent about pruning the winter roses in this weather." Gandalf and Bilbo exchanged meaningful glances. "Show him your hands, Hamfast," the wizard commanded gently. Confused, Hamfast extended his work-roughened palms. To his astonishment, tiny green shoots spiraled from his fingertips, unfurling delicate leaves that glowed with faint golden light before dissolving into the air like morning mist. "What in the name of—" Hamfast stumbled backward, nearly upsetting a side table. "The blood of the Earth Speakers flows in your veins," Gandalf explained, his voice grave. "An ancient gift thought lost when the Entwives vanished from Middle-earth. Your ancestor, 14 generations removed, was a woman of Dale who married into the Shire and brought this dormant talent with her." "I'm just a gardener," Hamfast protested weakly. "And that is precisely why the mountain calls for you," Bilbo said gently. "The eternal flames of Erebor have frozen. Ham, a darkness older than dragons is stirring beneath the lonely mountain, and Gandalf believes you might be the only one who can restore what has been corrupted." 3 weeks later, Hamfast found himself farther from home than any Gamgee had traveled in recorded history, staring up at the frozen magnificence of the lonely mountain. Snow fell continuously from skies that never lightened beyond a deep twilight grey, and the wind carried cries that might have been wolves or something far worse hunting in the blighted forests surrounding Dale. His companions on this improbable journey were as unlikely as his own involvement. Gandalf led their small company with grim determination. Beside him walked Dagmar Ironfist, a dwarven warrior woman whose intricate braids and battle-scarred armor told of countless victories, yet whose exile from her clan remained a mystery she refused to discuss. Adil of Harad provided stark contrast with his flowing desert robes now supplemented with furs. The tall, ebony-skinned man's eyes frequently glazed over as visions of possible futures assaulted his mind, leaving him murmuring prophecies in his native tongue that Gandalf occasionally stooped to hear. Most remarkable of all was Grunk, a stone troll whose hide bore the crisscrossing scars of ancient runes, protection against the sun's petrifying effect, but also binding him to a path of atonement for his kind's countless cruelties. Where most trolls were dull-witted brutes, centuries of enforced reflection had granted Grunk both eloquence and a philosopher's temperament, though his massive strength remained undiminished. "The mountain's song has changed," Grunk observed as they approached the massive gates, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "I was but a hatchling when last I heard these stones sing, and their melody was of triumph and gold. Now they keen with sorrow and regret." Dagmar shot the troll a suspicious glance. "You claim to hear the mountain? All stone speaks to those patient enough to listen, Grunk replied with surprising gentleness. Must plants speak to our small friend if the wizard's claims prove true? Humfast, who had been concentrating on placing one foot before the other in the deepening snow, looked up sharply. Throughout their journey, he had noticed his strange connection to growing things intensifying. Wild herbs pushed through snow to offer themselves for their cookpots. Withered trees straightened slightly when he passed beneath them. Even now, he sensed dormant bulbs deep beneath the frozen ground, their life force pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The hospitality of Erebor, once legendary, had grown as cold as its extinguished forges. King Thorin's Stonehelm received them in a chamber illuminated by imported candles that cast insufficient light against the encroaching shadows. The dwarven ruler's face was haggard with exhaustion, his throne draped with furs that did little to ward off the penetrating chill. 57 dwarves have vanished in the lower depths since the flames froze, he reported grimly. Those who return speak of whispers that drive one to madness, and of moving shadows that devour torchlight. Our most ancient records speak of a chamber of ancestors deep below the known halls, a place where the spirits of our forebears might find counsel with the living in times of greatest need. If answers exist, they may be found there. Their descent into Erebor's forgotten depths tested courage and sanity alike. Beyond the majestic halls, celebrated in song and story, lay older passages, cruder in construction, yet bearing inscriptions in a form of Kuzdul so ancient that even Dagmar struggled to decipher their warnings. The cold intensified with each level they descended, until their breath crystallized in the air before them, forming ephemeral sculptures that held disturbing resemblances to reaching hands and screaming faces. On the third day beneath the mountain, they discovered the first of the frozen dwarves, not dead, but suspended in translucent ice that preserved their expressions of terror. More such tableaux greeted them as they pressed deeper, entire mining crews captured in moments of flight or defense against some unseen horror. The ice preserves them, Adil observed, his scholarly nature momentarily overcoming his fear. And they do not breathe, yet neither do they perish. It is as if time itself has been frozen along with their bodies. In a vast cavern dominated by a frozen underground lake, they encountered the true horror beneath the mountain. A pulsating mass of crystalline structures had erupted from the center of the lake, forming a grotesque parody of a heart that beat with hypnotic rhythm. Within its translucent chambers swirled a dark substance that was neither liquid nor smoke, but something between states of matter. Smaug's heart corruption, Gandalf named it, his voice hardly above a whisper. When Bard's arrow found its mark, the physical heart was destroyed, but the malice and greed that had twisted the dragon's soul could not be so easily vanquished. It seeped into the mountain itself, dormant until it found suitable hosts in the unquiet spirits of dwarves who died without proper rites during the dragon's long occupation. Around this crystalline heart drifted spectral figures, the unmistakable forms of dwarven warriors and craftsmen, their transparent features contorted with the same avarice that had consumed the dragon. They circled endlessly, occasionally pressing ghostly hands against the corrupt heart in gestures of supplication. They feed it with their resentment, Dagmar realized aloud, horror evident in her voice. And it feeds them with continued existence, trapped between life and death. Beyond this macabre scene lay a doorway inscribed with runes that glowed with inner fire, despite the pervasive cold. The Chamber of Ancestors awaited, but reaching it required crossing the frozen lake, directly past the pulsating corruption and its spectral attendants. Their crossing became a nightmare of whispering temptations and spectral assaults. The ghostly dwarves recognized Dagmar as kin and targeted her mercilessly, their voices promising restoration of honor and clan if only she would join their eternal vigil. Adil collapsed midway, overwhelmed by apocalyptic visions of ice consuming all of Middle-earth. Even Grunk faltered as the corruption sought to reawaken his trollish nature. Hamfast alone seemed partially shielded, the green energy occasionally manifesting from his fingertips, acting as a repellent to the specters. When they finally reached the ancient door, it was the hobbit gardener who pressed his hands against the runes, which flared in recognition of an earth speaker's touch. The chamber beyond defied conventional understanding of space. Its walls extended beyond sight, yet somehow remained enclosed within the mountain. At its center stood a pedestal, bearing inscriptions that shifted and rearranged themselves as Hamfast approached. With Dagmar translating haltingly, a terrible truth emerged. The corrupt heart could be cleansed only by the pure flame of Owl's Forge, the original fire from which all dwarven craft flames descended. The text speaks of a seed of the first flame, hidden ages ago as safeguard against such corruption, Dagmar reported, her finger tracing the flowing runes, but it was removed from the mountain during the coming of Smaug, entrusted to a wanderer in grey. All eyes turned to Gandalf, whose ancient face betrayed no surprise at this revelation. I took the ember seed before Smaug descended, the wizard confirmed. For centuries I have kept watch over it, visiting regularly the place where I concealed it, within the hearth of Bag End, whose foundations rest upon earth never touched by shadow or malice. Understanding dawned on Hamfast's face. That's why you didn't bring Mr. Bilbo on this journey. You needed him to remain and guard the hearth without knowing what lay within it. Gandalf nodded gravely. But the seed cannot be simply retrieved and replanted. It requires a vessel, one connected to growing things, yet not bound by the limitations of trees or flowers that would instantly burn away from such power. You need me to carry this fire inside myself. Hamfast realized, wonder and terror mingling in his voice. That's what this Earth Speaker gift is for. In the silence that followed, the distant howling of the spectres seemed to intensify, as if sensing the threat to their bitter existence. Grunk placed a massive, gentle hand on the hobbit's shoulder. "Little brother," the troll said softly, "in my many years watching life pass before me, I have learned that the greatest flames often dwell in the smallest vessels. The question is not whether you can carry this fire, but whether you will allow it to transform you into something beyond what you imagined possible." Hamfast Gamgee, gardener of the Shire, looked around at his improbable companions, then back to the inscriptions that told of a darkness growing beneath the mountain for generations, while he had concerned himself with nothing more consequential than the proper pruning of roses. With a resolve that would have astonished his neighbors, but somehow didn't surprise Gandalf in the least, he straightened his waistcoat and nodded. "Well," he said simply, "I don't suppose proper gardens can grow under eternal winter, can they? So it seems a gardener's work must change with the seasons, even if that means carrying a bit of divine fire where ordinary soil once rested." As they retraced their path toward the surface, planning their return journey to the Shire and the salvation hidden in Bag End's hearth, the ice encasing the forges of Erebor cracked almost imperceptibly, as if remembering what it had once been and might someday be again, if a hobbit gardener's courage proved equal to the unexpected destiny flowering within him. Story 3. The first time the Greenway orchards withered overnight, folk blamed an unseasonable frost. When the ancient oak at Bywater Crossing, a tree that had witnessed 5 generations of hobbit weddings, suddenly twisted its branches into grotesque claws and seized a passing cart. Whispers of darker forces began to spread across the Shire. By the time the woods of Woody End began emitting mournful wails that drove wildlife to flee in terror, even the most practical hobbits could no longer deny that something unnatural had taken hold of the land. Merrimack Brandybuck stood at the edge of his family's property, watching as workers chopped down a venerable apple tree that had, just that morning, lashed out with unexpected violence at young Priska Bolger. The girl escaped with only scratches, but the incident confirmed what Merrimack had been tracking in his journal for weeks. Whatever malady afflicted the distant forests was creeping steadily toward the heart of the Shire. "A pity," came a voice from behind him. "That tree remembers the days when your grandfather climbed its branches for the ripest fruit." Merrimack turned to find his mother, Mirabella, her face etched with concern. "I've been invited to Bag End," he said, clutching a letter bearing Frodo Baggins' elegant script. "Cousin Frodo says an old friend is visiting, one who might know something of these strange occurrences." Mirabella's eyes widened slightly. The name remained unwritten, yet every hobbit of consequence knew of Frodo's association with the wandering wizard. "Be careful with curiosity, Merrimack," she cautioned. "Your great-uncle Bilbo found adventure through such doors, and returned changed in ways not entirely respectable." But respectability had never been Merrimack's strength. At 36, he remained unmarried, preferring to wander the boundaries of the Shire, documenting plants and collecting tales from travelers. His leather-bound journals filled 3 shelves in the family library, much to his father's dismay. Bag End welcomed him with warm light spilling from its circular windows into the gathering dusk. Frodo ushered him inside with a distracted smile, explaining that their guest had arrived earlier but was currently occupied in the study examining some ancient texts. "I've laid out supper in the pantry," Frodo said. "Help yourself while I fetch." A tremendous crash from the study interrupted him, followed by a string of words in a language that made the air itself seem to quiver. Frodo winced. "Perhaps best to give him a moment," he suggested. But Merrimack was already moving toward the commotion, drawn by an instinct he couldn't name. The study door stood slightly ajar. Through the gap, Merrimack observed a tall figure in grey robes standing before an unrolled map that glowed with faint blue light. Gandalf, for who else could it be, traced patterns across the parchment with his staff, muttering incantations that caused the map to ripple like disturbed water. "It spreads faster than I feared," the wizard growled. "The corruption has reached the old forest already. If it penetrates the heart of Fangorn before the next full moon, even the eldest may fall." Frodo's voice was tense with worry. "Can nothing be done? Surely the White Council—" "The Council does not know, nor can they," Gandalf interrupted sharply. "This matter precedes their authority. I made a promise to the shepherds in the First Age before the breaking of Thangorodrim. A wizard's oath is not lightly broken, even when circumstances grow dire." "And the thing we guard here," Frodo asked quietly, "might it help?" Gandalf's sigh seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "That is the dilemma that brings me to your door yet again, my friend. To use what lies beneath Bag End would either save all or destroy all that grows in Middle-earth. Such power cannot be wielded casually, even against this darkness." Merrimack leaned forward, straining to hear more, when the ancient floorboard beneath his foot gave a telltale creak. The conversation ceased instantly. Before he could retreat, the door swung fully open to reveal Gandalf's imposing figure, eyes flashing beneath bushy brows. "Merrimack Brandybuck," the wizard intoned, not as a question but as a pronouncement of fate. It seems the threads of destiny weave tighter than I anticipated. He studied the young hobbit with penetrating intensity before adding, You have your great-uncle's curiosity, and perhaps something more that time will reveal. 3 nights later, Merrimack slipped away from Brandy Hall with only a pack containing provisions. His journal and a curious silver acorn Gandalf had pressed into his palm before departing Bag End with cryptic instructions. When the trees speak of pain, listen not with your ears, but with this. The wizard had vanished before Merrimack could question him further, leaving only the lingering scent of pipeweed and mystery. The journey to Fangorn would have daunted a less determined hobbit. Merrimack followed the greenway south, carefully avoiding the increasingly hostile woods that flanked the ancient road. Travelers grew scarce as tales spread of trees that uprooted themselves to crush unwary wanderers and vines that moved with deliberate malice. Near the borders of what once was a region, Merrimack witnessed his first walking tree, not an ent, as in the old tales, but something twisted and wrong. Its bark oozed a viscous black fluid that sizzled against the ground, and its movements jerked unnaturally, as if it were a puppet controlled by unskilled hands. He hid until it passed, its roots dragging furrows through the earth as it lumbered eastward. That night, while camped in the hollow of a stone outcropping, Merrimack woke to find himself surrounded by similar corrupted trees. Their branches reached for him with awful purpose, dripping the same caustic fluid that now formed pools around his shelter. Trapped and certain of his doom, he clutched Gandalf's silver acorn in desperation. The moment his fingers closed around it, a piercing light erupted from the trinket, momentarily blinding him. When his vision cleared, the trees had retreated several paces, their branches writhing as if in pain. Beyond them stood a figure of slender grace, her bow drawn and a strange blue flame dancing along the arrow's tip. "Move quickly, halfling," the figure called. The light confuses them, but not for long. Merrimack needed no further urging. Snatching his pack, he darted between the monstrous trees toward his rescuer. Up close, her elven heritage was unmistakable in the delicate points of her ears and the otherworldly smoothness of her features. Yet she wore the practical garments of a human ranger, and her dark hair was cropped short against custom. "I am Nimloth," she said, already leading him at a swift pace away from the threat. "Gandalf feared you would attempt this journey alone and asked that I intercept you. Though he did not mention you would walk so boldly into a grove of the corrupted." "Gandalf sent you," Merrimack panted, struggling to match her effortless stride. "But he said he could not interfere directly because of some oath." Nimloth's laugh held no mirth. "He cannot. I, however, renounced my people's ways long ago to walk among humans. I'm bound by no such restrictions." She explained as they traveled that she had once been a guardian of the Golden Wood of Lothlorien, until disagreements with her kin over isolation policies led to her self-imposed exile. For decades, she had wandered the realms of men, occasionally acting as Gandalf's eyes and hands when his own obligations constrained him. Their journey to Fangorn tested both hobbit and elf. The corruption grew more pronounced as they approached the ancient forest, manifesting not just in aggressive flora, but in animals with tumorous growths and birds whose songs caused headaches and disorientation. Twice they encountered other travelers who had fallen prey to the spreading madness, men whose flesh had begun to sprout leaves and moss, their minds lost to vegetative rage. At the eaves of Fangorn itself, they found devastation beyond imagining. The once mighty sentinels that guarded the forest's boundaries now stood blackened and twisted, Their massive trunks split open to reveal pulsating masses of corruption within. Between these grotesque pillars wandered Ents, or what had once been Ents, their ancient faces contorted into masks of perpetual anguish. "Rootbeard," Nimloth whispered, indicating a particularly massive, corrupted Ent who directed the others with gestures of his gnarled limbs. "They once the gentlest of tree shepherds, now the corruption's most devoted servant." Through careful observation, they determined that the Ents were constructing something at Fangorn's heart, a structure of interwoven living wood that pulsed with malevolent purpose. Captured Ents were being forcibly integrated into this abomination, their essence feeding whatever grew within. Using Gandalf's silver acorn as both compass and shield, Merrimack and Nimloth penetrated deeper into Fangorn than any sane being would dare. The forest floor writhed beneath their feet, and voices whispered from every shadow, some pleading, others threatening, all touched by madness. In a clearing at the forest's heart, they discovered the source of corruption, a primordial entity, neither plant nor animal, but something that predated such distinctions. Entombed within the living cage the corrupted Ents had built, it resembled a great heart composed of intertwined roots and fungi, pulsating with black energy that spread through the earth in visible waves. The growth, Nimloth named it with revulsion. A thing from before the shaping of Arda, when darkness still contested with light for dominion over all growing things. As they watched in horror, Rootbeard approached the pulsating mass, carrying a struggling young Ent whose limbs still bore green leaves. With ceremonial slowness, he pressed the younger being against the growth, which extruded tendrils that penetrated the Ent's bark. The victim's screams shifted from anguish to ecstasy as corruption spread visibly through its wooden flesh. "We cannot defeat such evil," Merrimack whispered, despair washing over him. The silver acorn in his hand grew suddenly hot. Opening his palm, he watched as it split along an invisible seam to reveal a tiny golden seed nested within, a seed that glowed within a light like a captured star. In that moment, understanding bloomed in Merrimack's mind. What Gandalf had secretly guarded at Bag End for millennia was not merely a fragment, but the original, Yavanna's first seed, from which all growing things in Middle-earth descended. The Hobbit hole had been built around it, not by accident, but by design, protecting power that could either restore or annihilate all plant life across the world. The silver acorn was merely a vessel, containing the tiniest sliver of that power, enough, perhaps, to cleanse what had been corrupted, but not without cost. "The seed must be planted in the heart of darkness," Nimloth said, reading the revelation in his eyes. "But whoever does so will become part of the cleansing fire." This is why Gandalf could not come himself. His oath to the White Tree forbids him from sacrificing his service to Middle-earth, even for this. Merrimack looked at the golden seed glowing in his palm, then at the corrupted heart of Fangorn, pulsing with malevolence. In his mind's eye, he saw the Shire's green hills and flowing streams, hobbit children playing beneath ancient trees whose roots remembered the First Age. He thought of Bilbo's tales of adventure and of choices that shaped the fate of worlds. "Well then," he said, squaring his shoulders with unexpected resolve, "it seems Brandybucks still have a role to play in the wider world. My great-uncle would be pleased." With the golden seed clutched tightly in his fist, Merrimack Brandybuck stepped toward the heart of corruption, his small stature belying the greatness of his purpose. Behind him, Nimloth knocked an arrow of pure light to her bow, ready to ensure his path remained clear for the final steps of a journey that had begun centuries ago, when a wizard first recognized that the greatest powers were often safest in the keeping of the smallest hands. Story 4, The Floorboards of Bag End, had kept their secret for centuries, silent guardians of a treasure beyond imagining. It was on a rain-soaked morning in late autumn, when the air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, that Peregrine took, Pippin to his friends, supervised renovations to the venerable hobbit hole. The craftsman had just pried up the ancient oak planks in the study when a collective gasp filled the room. There, nestled in a hollow carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly, lay a bundle wrapped in silvery cloth that gleamed despite the absence of light. "Stop!" Pippin commanded, his weathered face suddenly grave. Though decades had passed since his adventures with the Fellowship, some instinct forged in darker days stirred within him. "Leave us," he instructed the workers, who gladly retreated from what whispers were already calling an unnatural finding. Alone with the bundle, Pippin's fingers trembled as he unwrapped the cloth. It unfurled with a whisper of ancient magic, spreading across the floor of its own accord until it covered the entire room. Pippin found himself standing upon a tapestry of such exquisite craftsmanship that it could only be of elven make. Woven with threads that seemed spun from starlight and shadow, it depicted landscapes unlike any in known Middle-earth. Floating islands suspended among clouds tinged with gold, forests where trees spiraled toward the heavens in impossible geometries, mountains that curved like waves frozen in stone, and creatures, oh, such creatures, that belonged in the oldest legends. Most remarkable of all, the tapestry moved. Clouds drifted across miniature skies, waters rippled in thread-borne lakes, and tiny figures shifted through the landscapes as if alive. At the center of this weaving wonder, an obsidian tower rose from a crater of crystalline blue, surrounded by winged shapes that circled in patterns too deliberate to be birds. A violent knocking at the round door of Bag End startled Pippin from his trance. Without waiting for an answer, the door burst open, and in strode Gandalf the White, more agitated than Pippin had seen him since the darkest days of the War of the Ring. "Fool of a took!" Gandalf exclaimed, though his voice carried more fear than anger. "What have you disturbed?" The wizard's gaze fell upon the tapestry, and something like grief passed across his ancient features. "So it reveals itself at last," he murmured, leaning heavily upon his staff. "I had hoped it would remain hidden until long after your passing." "What is it, Gandalf?" Pippin asked, unable to tear his eyes from the weaving, where now a storm gathered over the obsidian tower. Tiny lightning bolts no larger than eyelashes, but somehow more terrifying than any natural tempest. "A doorway," Gandalf replied, "and a history, and a burden I have carried alone for too many centuries." He confessed then what even the White Council had never known. The tapestry was an artifact from the dawn of Middle-earth, created by elven hands guided by Varda herself, a living record of a realm that existed parallel to their own, a sanctuary established during the First Age for creatures who would otherwise have been destroyed in the wars against Morgoth. "On these, the tapestry grows and changes as that realm does," Gandalf explained. "I hid it beneath Bag End 500 years ago, when the first Baggins took residence. This hill has always been a place where the barriers between worlds thin, which is why I have visited so often through the ages, not merely for hobbit hospitality, but to ensure the tapestry remained dormant." As they spoke, Lily Took, Pippin's favorite niece, had crept into the study unnoticed. A spirited hobbit with Tookish curiosity magnified tenfold, she had pressed her ear to the door and, hearing talk of magic and hidden realms, could not resist investigating. Now she stood at the edge of the tapestry, mesmerized by the iridescent threads that seemed to reach toward her, inviting touch. "Lily, no!" Pippin cried, but too late. Her fingers brushed across the surface of the weaving, and with a sound like wind through summer leaves, Lily vanished. Gandalf's expression darkened. The tapestry has awakened fully. It has chosen her. He knelt beside it, passing his hand over the surface until he found what he sought. The tiny figure of a hobbit maiden now standing bewildered at the edge of a forest where trees bore luminous fruit like captured stars. "She lives, but she is in grave danger," Gandalf declared. "That realm, which I call Valinorian, has remained hidden and protected for millennia, but recently a warlord named Durnach, once a trusted steward of Gondor, stumbled upon another entrance. He believes the realm holds power to rival the rings of old and seeks to harness it for conquest." "Then we must rescue her," Pippin insisted, already reaching for the tapestry. Gandalf stayed his hand, not alone, and not without preparation. "The journey requires guides who understand what we will face." 3 days later, an unlikely company gathered in the study of Bag End, Thrain Stonespeaker, a dwarf scholar whose tomes on ancient magic had earned him exile from his traditional kin. Elendil, once a guardian of Lothlorien's borders until disgrace forced her into the wilds. And Grimbeorn, whose grandfather's ability to take the shape of a great bear had manifested in him as an unpredictable curse rather than a gift. "Untouch the tapestry together and think of Lily," Gandalf instructed. "The weaving remembers those who belong to it and will lead us to her." The sensation of passage was like falling through honey, slow, disorienting, and strangely sweet. When they emerged, gasping, they stood upon a cliff overlooking a landscape both familiar and utterly alien. The sky above shimmered with colors no mortal tongue had names for, while beneath their feet the stone pulsed with warmth like a living thing. In the valley below, forests stretched toward the horizon, their canopies shimmering with silver leaves that chimed in harmonies with each breeze. "Valinorian," Gandalf whispered, his voice reverent, "would be the hidden refuge." They journeyed for days through this marvel of a realm, where physics obeyed different laws and magic infused every rock and stream. They encountered creatures thought extinct or mythical, slender unicorns with coats like moonlight on water, phoenix birds whose wings left trails of harmless flame, and most astonishingly, sentient trees that uprooted themselves to walk in stately processions at twilight. Yet signs of disturbance marred this paradise. Burned glades and abandoned settlements told of conflict spreading through the realm. From friendly spirits that manifested as dancing lights, they learned that Lily had been taken to the Obsidian Tower, the Spire of Echoes, by Durnach's forces, who believed a hobbit's arrival fulfilled some prophecy of power. As they approached the tower, rising from its crater of blue crystal, they witnessed a sight that stole their breath. Dragons, dozens of them, but unlike any in known lore. These were slender, graceful creatures with scales that shifted color with their emotions, whose eyes held wisdom rather than malice. They maintained a protective circle around the tower, yet seemed unable or unwilling to assault it directly. Captured by Durnach's scouts, the company was brought before the warlord himself, a man whose handsome features belied the corruption that had twisted his soul. In his quest for power, he had discovered ancient texts speaking of Valinorian and its guardians, and believed the realm's magic could make him a ruler to dwarf even Sauron's ambitions. "The Hobbit is the key," Durnach proclaimed, presenting a terrified but defiant Lily. "The prophecies speak of a small one who would bridge worlds and unlock the heart of the Spire." It was then that the greatest secret was revealed. The dragons, led by their queen Lariel, had recognized Gandalf immediately, not as the Wizard of Middle-earth, but as their ancient protector who had established their sanctuary when the rest of their kind turned to darkness. For the dragons of Valinorian were not merely refugees, They were the last uncorrupted dragons, those who had refused Morgoth's influence and preserved the noble nature of their original creation. "We have welcomed your emissaries through the ages," Leriel told Gandalf, her voice like music in their minds. "But the strange travelers who came to take tea at Bag End, those whom the hobbits found peculiar but harmless, were our messengers in disguise, maintaining our connection to the world we left behind." Durnach's ritual to harness the realm's power required blood sacrifice, Lily's blood, at the heart of the spire. As he prepared to complete his dark work, Grimbeorn's curse became blessing. Rage triggered his transformation into a bear of tremendous size. In the chaos that followed, Elindiel's disgraced status proved an advantage, for she had developed fighting techniques unknown to conventional guardians. Thrain, meanwhile, recognized the symbols Durnach used and worked to counter them with knowledge from forbidden texts. The final confrontation atop the spire pitted ancient magic against corrupted ambition. Pippin, drawing on courage he thought long retired, managed to free Lily while the others confronted Durnach. The warlord, half mad with thwarted desire, lunged at the hobbits, but instead tumbled into the heart of the spire, a pool of liquid light that served as the nexus of Valinorian's magic. His screams faded as the light consumed him, not in punishment but in transformation. Where Durnach had stood emerged a small, confused salamander that scurried away into the shadows. "The magic returns all to their true nature," Leriel explained. "His soul will have centuries to contemplate redemption in this simpler form." With peace restored, the truth of Gandalf's secret visits to Bag End took on new poignancy. The wizard had maintained this hidden sanctuary not just out of duty, but out of hope. Hope that someday, when Middle-earth was ready, these noble dragons might return and restore balance to a world that remembered their kind only as monsters. As they prepared to return through the tapestry, Lily shocked them all by announcing her intention to remain in Valinorian as liaison between the worlds. "And after all," she said with tookish practicality, "someone sensible needs to make sure the next crossing doesn't cause such trouble." The tapestry was restored to Bag End, but no longer hidden beneath floors. Instead, it hung in honor upon the study wall, ostensibly an exquisite piece of elven art. Only a select few knew that on certain nights, when the stars aligned just so, the tiny figure of a hobbit maiden could be seen taking tea with dragons, building a bridge between worlds that Gandalf had spent centuries preparing for future ages to cross. And in the Shire, when unusual visitors occasionally arrived requesting hospitality at Bag End, they were welcomed with knowing smiles and an extra cup of tea, for as Pippin often remarked, some guests travel much further than others for a proper hobbit welcome. Story 5. In the gentle hills of Hobbiton, where life typically unfolded in predictable rhythms of meals and celebrations, something unusual had begun to disturb the placid waters of the village lake. Azure lights, like captured stars, danced beneath the surface when darkness fell, their ethereal glow casting long shadows across the grassy knolls. The peculiar illuminations might have been dismissed as a curious natural phenomenon had hobbits not started to vanish without a trace. First old Daddy Twofoot, then the Proudfoot twins, and most recently young Marigold Gamgee, barely in her tweens. Volko Boffin, a hobbit with an unseemly passion for ancient texts and forbidden knowledge, observed these lights from his study window, his mind churning with theories that would scandalize most respectable folk of the Shire. Unlike his neighbors who sealed their doors with extra locks and avoided the lake after sunset, Volko was drawn to the mystery like a moth to flame. There's always been more to these lands than comfortable hobbit holes and well-tended gardens, he muttered to himself, fingers tracing the spines of books borrowed from distant libraries and never quite returned. On this particular evening, Folko had been summoned to Bag End by Samwise Gamgee, whose grief over his missing niece had prompted him to remember a curious item that Mr. Frodo had kept hidden away. After much rummaging through dusty chests and forgotten drawers, Sam produced a small wooden box, its surface inscribed with warnings in a language Folko recognized as ancient Khuzdul. "Found it beneath the floorboards in the study," Sam explained, his weathered hands hovering protectively over the box. Mr. Frodo mentioned once that Gandalf insisted it never be opened, that it was safer forgotten. But safety had already been compromised, and forgotten things were awakening. With trembling fingers, Folko lifted the lid to reveal a fragment of mirror, no larger than his palm, its edges jagged as if violently broken from a larger hole. Upon its reflective surface, dwarven runes glimmered with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the distant glow from the lake. "I believe I know someone who might help us understand," Folko said, carefully wrapping the fragment in velvet cloth. "A dwarf merchant who trades in curiosities and old tales." The merchant's name was Kara Ironheart, and her shop stood at the borders of the Shire, a place where hobbits rarely ventured. Artifacts from all corners of Middle-earth filled the cluttered space. Ceremonial axes from the Iron Hills, crystalline vials of Lothlorien dew, even a withered hand of a troll turned to stone. Kara herself was as much an oddity as her wares, a female dwarf who had forsaken the deep halls of her kin to wander the wider world, her beard braided with silver beads that clinked softly as she moved. When Folko presented the mirror fragment, Kara's eyes widened, and she slammed the shutters of her shop with such haste that dust cascaded from the rafters. "You bring a piece of doom into my house, young hobbit," she growled, her voice low and urgent. "This is no common looking glass, but a shard of Durin's mirror, an artifact of such power that its very existence was struck from most dwarven records." By the light of a single candle, Kara revealed that the complete mirror once stood in the deepest chambers of Khazad-dûm, crafted in the First Age by Durin himself. Unlike the mirror of Galadriel, which showed things that are, or might be, Durin's mirror served as a gateway, a passage between the sunlit world and the primordial darkness that existed before Arda took shape. "The mirror was shattered during the awakening of the Balrog," Kara explained, its fragments scattered across Middle-earth by those who understood that together they could reopen passages better left sealed. A shadow cult, led by Lord Vathran, once apprenticed to Saruman before the Wizard's Fall, had been gathering these fragments. Their purpose: to awaken an entity older than Balrogs, older even than the arrival of the Valar, a consciousness from the void that had slumbered beneath the Shire since before the shaping of Middle-earth. "But why would Gandalf hide a fragment in Bag End?" Folko asked. Kara's laugh was bitter as winter wind. "The wizard has kept many secrets, little scholar. He has visited your Bag End regularly these past centuries, not for the pleasantries of hobbits, but to tend to magical seals that imprison what lies beneath." As Folko absorbed this revelation, a commotion erupted outside. Villagers from Hobbiton bearing torches and fear-stricken faces. 3 more hobbits had vanished, pulled into the lake by tendrils of blue light. Worse still, strange figures had been seen skulking near the hill, converging on Bag End. Time was short. With Kara's reluctant assistance, Folko gathered a party of unlikely defenders. Sam Gamgee, whose love for his niece outweighed his fear. Ted Sandyman, the miller seeking redemption for past cowardice. And Mentha Brandybuck, whose took blood and experience with boats made her invaluable for what was to come. They ventured to the lake under cover of darkness, where the blue lights now formed patterns that Folko recognized as identical to the runes on the mirror fragment. When he held the shard toward the illuminated water, its surface rippled not with reflection, but with depths impossible for the shallow lake. Without warning, the fragment leapt from his hand, hovering above the water before plunging beneath the surface, creating a vortex that revealed stone steps descending into darkness. "The passage is open," Kara whispered, "but know this. What goes down may never return unchanged." Down they went, into tunnels that should not exist beneath the gentle Shire. The walls were not of hobbit or even dwarven make, but something far older, stone carved with symbols that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. The air grew heavy with the scent of ancient dust and something else, something like the moment before lightning strikes. Hours into their descent, the narrow passage opened into a vast cavern where they beheld an impossible sight. A city of obsidian towers and bridges suspended over an abyss, illuminated by the same azure light that had haunted the lake. The architecture belonged to no race known in Middle-earth, too graceful for dwarves, too angular for elves, and bearing motifs of stars and tentacled forms that suggested knowledge of realms beyond the circles of the world. Udu Tumno Rest, Kara named it in a hushed voice, the last fortress of Melkor before the Valar cast him into the void. Legend speaks of it, but no living eyes have beheld it for ages uncounted. In the central plaza of this nightmarish city stood Lord Vathran and his followers, their robes adorned with shards of mirror. Before them lay a circular pool of what appeared to be liquid darkness, from which emanated voices in a language that made the very air tremble. Around the pool, caged in spheres of blue light, were the missing hobbits, alive but unseeing, their life force being slowly drained to strengthen whatever was awakening in the dark liquid. Vathran held the fragment from Bag End above the pool, completing a circle of shards around its circumference. "The unnamed one stirs," he proclaimed, "the true master of darkness, of whom even Morgoth was but a pale shadow." The confrontation that followed tested every ounce of courage the small band possessed. While Sam and Mentha worked to free the captive hobbits, Folko and Kara sought to disrupt the ritual. Ted Sandyman, in an act of unexpected bravery, created a diversion that scattered the cultists but cost him his life, his final expression one of peace, as he at last found the courage he had always sought. In the chaos, Folko reached the edge of the pool, where the mirror fragments now orbited like a constellation of malice. At the center of the dark liquid, something was taking shape, a presence of such profound wrongness that reality itself seemed to bend around it. Gandalf's final secret was revealed as Folko's hand brushed against a small stone in his pocket, placed there by Kara before their descent. It bore the wizard's mark and, when cast into the pool, expanded into a containment spell of blinding white light. The spell had been renewed during each of Gandalf's visits to Bag End, maintaining the prison of what lay beneath. But the spell was incomplete without a living anchor, a guardian who would bind their life force to the seal. Gandalf had served this role for centuries, passing the burden to Bilbo and then Frodo in his absence. Now the choice fell to Folko: sacrifice his future to restore the seal or allow the entity to emerge and devastate all of Middle-earth. With understanding beyond his years, Folko Boffin stepped into the light, speaking words Gandalf had encoded into the fragment's runes, words that bound his fate to the Shire's safety. The mirror shards shattered once more, their power redirected to forge chains of light that dragged the half-formed entity back into its prison depths. When dawn broke over Hobbiton the next day, The lake was still once more, its waters reflecting only clouds and sky. The rescued hobbits remembered nothing of their ordeal, and the entrance to the tunnels had sealed without a trace. Only a new white stone on Folco's mantelpiece, glowing faintly in darkness, suggested anything had changed. Cara Ironheart departed the Shire with a chest of ancient texts from Folco's collection. Payment, she claimed, though both knew she had no need of such things. In truth, she carried word to the surviving Istari of Gandalf's final gambit and the Hobbit, who now served as guardian over secrets better left buried, and Folco. He settled into a quiet life of scholarship, welcoming curious visitors for tea, just as Bilbo once had. If those visitors sometimes included dwarves bearing news from distant mountains, or elves with eyes full of starlight and gratitude, his neighbors politely pretended not to notice. For in the Shire, extraordinary things were best enjoyed with a healthy dose of denial and a second helping of seed cake, a philosophy that had served hobbits well through many ages of Middle-earth, and would continue to do so for ages yet to come. Story 6. The night the emerald stars fell upon the Shire, they descended not as harbingers of doom, but as silent messengers, trailing verdant light across the velvet sky. Marigold Greenhand stood alone on the hill above her cottage, watching as the celestial bodies pierced the darkness like glowing arrows shot from invisible bows. Their beauty belied the strange changes that would follow. By dawn, the whispering had begun. First among the elder trees of the old forest, then among the creatures that dwelled within its shadows. When children in Hobbiton woke with fever dreams of ancient beings stirring beneath the rolling hills, Marigold knew the falling stars were no mere astronomical curiosity. As the wisest herbalist in 3 counties, Marigold had inherited not only her grandmother's knowledge of plants and healing, but also her uncanny intuition. It was this 6th sense that had awakened her before the first star fell, and it was this same sense that now pulled her toward Bag End, though its master Frodo Baggins had departed years ago. The round green door stood slightly ajar, as if someone had recently passed through. Inside, dust motes danced in shafts of morning light, and the air held the faint scent of pipeweed and parchment. Marigold moved without hesitation to the study, her fingers trailing along bookshelves until they found a loose brick in the fireplace. Behind it lay a small compartment containing a weather-beaten leather case. The manuscript inside was incomplete, its pages fragile and covered in spidery runes that shifted before her eyes. At the top of the first page, however, were words in common tongue. For when the emerald stars descend, Gandalf. He knew, Marigold whispered to the empty room. The old wizard knew this would happen. 3 days later, Marigold stood at the borders of the Shire with a satchel of provisions, the manuscript safely wrapped in oilskin, and a small glass vial hanging from a cord around her neck. Inside the vial was a sliver of emerald starlight she had collected from a dewdrop on the morning after the falling. Already, strange reports were spreading through the Shire, rabbits speaking in riddles, trees uprooting themselves at night, and most troubling, the illness that had stricken the children, leaving them sleepwalking toward the ancient barrows to the north. The manuscript spoke of a ritual that required 3 elements: the essence of a fallen star, water from the mirror of Galadriel, and the blessing of a watcher of the north. Marigold understood little of these things, but the manuscript contained a crude map leading eastward, then north through lands she had never traveled. Her journey took her first through the old forest, where the trees whispered secrets in a language she almost understood. The forest had changed. Flowers of impossible colors bloomed beneath ferns that glowed with inner light. A fox with eyes like polished emeralds watched her from a hollow log, then spoke, "The stars awaken what has long slept. Daughter of green hands, will you silence them again?" Before Marigold could answer, the fox vanished, leaving only the echo of its question hanging in the air. Beyond the forest lay the Barrow Downs, where ancient stones jutted from mist-shrouded hills. It was there, as darkness fell, that Marigold encountered the knight. He lay half-buried in loose earth at the foot of a barrow, his armor tarnished and his face gaunt with hunger. When Marigold approached with water, his eyes flew open, eyes of molten silver that reflected no light. "Stay back," he warned, his voice like gravel. "The curse spreads through touch." "What curse?" Marigold asked, setting the water within his reach. "The Star Thief's burden," he replied bitterly. "I am Riven of Cardolan, once Knight Commander to King Ardath. When my lord lay dying, I sought to seize a fallen star for its healing power, but the stars are not ours to take." As he spoke, Marigold saw the skin of his hand shimmer with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with his heart. The curse was turning him slowly into something not quite human, not quite star. "I know of fallen stars," Marigold said, showing him the manuscript. "Perhaps in helping me, you might find your own redemption." Riven studied the faded runes. "These are ancient words of power," he said, "but the ritual described here would not heal, it would bind, to bind the awakening that has begun." Thus began their unlikely alliance. As they journeyed northward, Marigold learned to decipher more of the manuscript with Riven's help. The emerald stars, they discovered, fell only once every 1,000 years, when the veil between worlds grew thin. Their light was meant to awaken the guardians of the western lands, ancient spirits bound to the hills and forests long ago by the first wizards to walk Middle-earth. But why would Gandalf leave instructions to stop this awakening? Marigold wondered aloud as they made camp beneath a copse of silver birches. Perhaps, Riven suggested, he foresaw two possible futures and left the choice to whoever found his words. The land changed as they traveled. Creatures half transformed by star magic approached them, wolves with coats of living moss, birds with feathers of crystal that chimed like bells when they flew. From them, Marigold and Riven learned that darkness gathered in the far north, beyond the ancient kingdoms of men. A shadow that had slept as long as the Guardians now stirred, sensing their imminent awakening. After a fortnight of travel, they reached a hidden valley where a pool of water gleamed like polished silver beneath a canopy of trees whose leaves shimmered with their own inner light. "The mirror pool," Riven breathed. "I thought it merely legend." As Marigold approached the water's edge, the surface rippled though no wind blew. From its depths rose a figure of living water, her form reminiscent of an elven woman of great beauty and terrible power. "I am the Watcher of the North," the figure spoke, her voice like ice breaking in spring. "The last of those appointed by Galadriel before she departed these shores. I have awaited you, Star Keeper." Marigold felt the vial of starlight grow warm against her skin. "I seek to complete a ritual," she said, showing the manuscript, "to save my people from the changes brought by the fallen stars." The Watcher's eyes, depthless pools of ancient wisdom, studied her. The Astari who left these words knew that choice must remain with the free peoples. "The stars fall to awaken the guardians who have slept too long, dormant beneath hill and forest. Without them, the shadow from the north will find no resistance when it comes." "But the children," Marigold protested, "they sicken and sleepwalk toward the barrows." "They hear the call of awakening," the Watcher explained. "The young always hear most clearly. It is not illness, but transformation, the first stirrings of power long forgotten in your kind." Riven stepped forward, his cursed hand glowing brightly. "What shadow comes from the north? An ancient evil that predates even the rise of Sauron." The Watcher replied, "It slumbers beneath ice and stone, but its dreams reach out now, sensing the time is ripe for return." For hours they spoke with the Watcher, learning truths long forgotten by mortals. The emerald stars were not harbingers of doom, but heralds of change, necessary for the defense of Middle-earth. The ritual Gandalf had described would indeed halt the transformations, soothe the fevered children, and return the creatures of forest and field to their natural states, but it would also leave the land defenseless against what approached. As dawn broke, Marigold faced her choice. The Watcher offered her water from the mirror pool, the second ingredient for the ritual. The third, the Watcher's blessing, would be given if Marigold deemed it wise. "What would you do?" she asked Riven, as they stood beside the pool. The knight looked at his transformed hand, now glowing with emerald light identical to the stars. "I sought to steal a star's power once, thinking I knew better than the ancient designs of creation. I would not make that mistake again." Marigold thought of the Shire, of frightened parents and feverish children, of talking foxes and trees that walked, of the ancient barrows where, perhaps, something wonderful and terrible was struggling to awaken. She opened the vial and let the sliver of starlight fall into the pool, where it dissolved in a flash of green radiance. "I choose to trust in what Gandalf did not write," she said. "He left the choice to us, because either path held both peril and hope, but to bind what must awaken would be to choose the familiar over the necessary." The Watcher smiled, her liquid form shimmering with approval. "You have chosen wisely, daughter of green hands. Return to your Shire and guide your people through the awakening. It will not be easy, but it is necessary." "And what of my curse?" Riven asked. "That it was never truly a curse," the Watcher replied, "but a transformation interrupted. You sought to take what must be freely given. Now you may become what you were meant to be, the first of the new Guardians." When Marigold returned to the Shire, she found change sweeping through the land like spring after a long winter. The children's fevers had broken, leaving them with eyes that sometimes flashed emerald in moments of joy or wonder. The creatures of forest and field spoke rarely now, but when they did, it was with wisdom worth heeding. And sometimes, on clear nights, a knight with skin of starlight could be seen walking the borders of the Shire, his vigilant eyes turned northward. The first Guardian awakened, with more stirring each day beneath the ancient hills. In Bag End, Marigold carefully placed the manuscript back in its hiding place, but added pages of her own, the true story of the Emerald Stars and what they had awakened. A record for those who would come after, when the stars fell again in some distant age. For Gandalf had known that some choices must be made anew by each generation, with wisdom born of their own time. And the stars would continue to fall, as they had since the dawn of creation, bringing both challenge and gift to those wise enough to receive them.